Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fire in the grate at 221B Baker Street whispered secrets to the shadows, its amber tongues dancing against the blackened bricks as if performing some ancient ritual of comfort. The scent of burning coal mixed with the lingering ghost of Mrs. Hudson's evening tea, Earl Grey with just a hint of bergamot that seemed to cling to the very walls like a benediction. Holmes sat in his leather armchair, the one that had moulded itself to his angular frame over countless evenings of contemplation, his pipe sending lazy spirals of smoke toward the gaslit ceiling. Yet something felt different tonight, a subtle shift in the room's familiar rhythm, as if the very air held its breath in anticipation of an unexpected guest. The detective's long fingers traced the bowl of his pipe with the absent precision of a violinist tuning his instrument, his grey eyes fixed not on the flames before him, but on some invisible puzzle that seemed to hover just beyond the firelight's reach. Watson sat at the writing desk near the window, his medical journals spread before him like maps of human frailty, the scratching of his pen against paper providing a gentle counterpoint to the fire's murmur. Outside, London's November fog pressed against the windows with the persistence of an old friend seeking entry, its tendrils curling around the gas lamps in the street below, like ghostly fingers attempting to snuff out the light. The sitting room itself seemed to exhale contentment. Every piece of furniture, every book spine, every curious artifact that Holmes had collected from his various cases, contributing to an atmosphere of scholarly comfort that was uniquely theirs. The Persian slipper hung from the mantelpiece, containing Holmes's tobacco, with the casual irreverence that marked all of the detective's domestic arrangements. Mrs. Hudson's antimacassar draped the back of Watson's chair with the kind of domestic authority that brooks no argument, even from consulting detectives and retired army doctors. The room was a sanctuary from London's relentless energy, a place where the city's clamour softened to a distant hum, and the evening's peace could settle like dust on well-loved furniture. Victorian London, in the year 1895, pulsed with an energy that was both magnificent and exhausting, a city caught between the elegance of gaslit drawing rooms and the soot-stained reality of its industrial heart. The great metropolis spread its tentacles of brick and mortar across the Thames Valley, like some enormous organism fed on ambition and coal smoke. In the fashionable districts, carriages rolled over cobblestones worn smooth by generations of wheels and hooves, their occupants wrapped in furs and certainties about their place in the grand scheme of empire. Yet even in these refined quarters, the fog crept in without invitation, democratizing the darkness and making equals of earls and chimney sweeps alike. Holmes lifted his pipe to his lips, drawing deeply on the familiar comfort of Virginia tobacco, mixed with something more exotic, a blend he'd acquired from a grateful client, whose troubles had involved both opium smugglers and a missing Maharaja's emerald. The smoke seemed to carry with it the weight of countless solved mysteries, each one a small victory against the chaos that threatened to overwhelm London's delicate social order. Watson paused in his writing, his pen hovering over a particularly challenging passage about the treatment of tropical fevers, and glanced toward his friend with the comfortable awareness that comes from years of shared silences. "The fog seems particularly insistent tonight," Watson observed, his voice carrying the measured cadence of a man accustomed to delivering both good news and grave diagnoses with equal composure. "I dare say it has swallowed half of Marylebone by now." Holmes's mouth curved into what might have been a smile, though in the flickering firelight it was difficult to distinguish amusement from mere philosophical acceptance of London's meteorological whims. "The fog, my dear Watson, is merely London's way of keeping secrets. It wraps itself around our great city like a confidential clerk around a particularly sensitive document present everywhere, revealing nothing and absolutely essential to the proper functioning of the whole enterprise. The fire crackled its agreement, sending up a shower of sparks that danced briefly in the chimney before vanishing into the November night. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard on the stairs below, that particular rhythm of heel and toe that spoke of a woman who had been climbing these same 17 steps for more years than she cared to count, carrying tea trays and tolerating the eccentric habits of her most famous tenants with the patience of a saint and the practicality of a seasoned landlady. The very walls of 221B seemed to hold memories like pressed flowers between the pages of an old book, the echoes of clients' confessions, the rustle of newspapers announcing Holmes's latest triumph, the gentle arguments between the detective and the doctor about everything from criminal methodology to the proper way to organise one's correspondence. Tonight, however, the memories seemed particularly vivid, as if the approaching winter had crystallised them in the amber light of the gas lamps. Watson's medical bag sat beside his chair, its leather surface worn smooth by countless house calls through London's labyrinthine streets. Inside, his instruments waited with the patient readiness of well-trained soldiers, each one polished and precise, ready to wage war against injury and disease. Yet tonight, there were no emergency summons, no frantic knocks at the door demanding immediate attention to some crisis of flesh or spirit. Tonight was for quiet reflection, for the luxury of contemplating life's smaller puzzles without the urgency that usually attended their professional duties. Holmes rose from his chair with the fluid grace of a man who had never quite abandoned the athletic pursuits of his university days, though he would be the first to protest that his only exercise came from the occasional chase through London's back alleys in pursuit of particularly elusive criminals. He moved to the window, his silhouette cutting a sharp figure against the fog-diffused glow of the street lamps. The detective's keen eyes swept the street below with the automatic vigilance of a man who had learned that danger often arrived wearing the most innocent of disguises. The rhythm of the city changes at this hour, Holmes mused, his breath creating small clouds against the cold window pane. The merchants have closed their shops, the clerks have fled to their suburban retreats, and London begins to reveal its true nature. Not the buttoned-up propriety it displays during business hours, but something wilder, more honest, more human. Watson set down his pen and leaned back in his chair, allowing himself to be drawn into one of Holmes's philosophical reveries. These moments of quiet observation were as much a part of their evening routine as Mrs. Hudson's tea service, or the ritual lighting of the detective's pipe. In the firelight, Watson's face showed the comfortable weathering of a man who had seen both the horrors of war and the gentler mysteries of domestic medicine, each experience adding another layer to his understanding of human nature. The fog outside seemed to thicken as they watched, transforming familiar Baker Street into something from a fairy tale, a place where gas lamps became will-o'-the-wisps and the occasional passer-by might have been a ghost from any century London had known. The great city's evening transformation was beginning in earnest now, that daily metamorphosis from the practical concerns of commerce and governance to the more mysterious realm of shadows and possibility. A hansom cab clattered past on the cobblestones below, its horses' hooves striking a rhythm that seemed almost musical in the muffled acoustics of the fog-wrapped street. The driver's voice drifted up through the evening air, calling out directions to his fare in the particular dialect that London's cabmen had perfected over generations, part navigation, part social commentary, and entirely incomprehensible to anyone not born within the sound of Bow Bells. Holmes returned to his chair, settling back into its leather embrace with a sigh that might have been contentment, or merely the release of tensions accumulated over a day spent untangling the peculiar problems that seemed to find their way to his door with unfailing regularity. The detective's profession had brought him into contact with every stratum of London society, from the most exalted members of the aristocracy to the humblest crossing sweepers, and he had learned that human nature displayed the same fascinating complexity regardless of social position. "I find myself wondering," Watson said, returning to his writing but keeping half his attention on the conversation, whether future generations will understand the particular charm of evenings like this, the way the fog transforms everything familiar into something mysterious, the comfort of a coal fire against November's chill, the pleasure of sitting in contemplative silence while London settles into its nighttime rhythms. Holmes drew on his pipe, considering the question with the seriousness he brought to all of Watson's observations about their shared existence. Human nature, Watson, remains remarkably consistent across the centuries. The details may change, gas lamps may give way to electric illumination, carriages may yield to some unimaginable mechanical conveyance, but the fundamental pleasures of warmth, companionship and quiet reflection will endure as long as human beings possess souls capable of appreciating them. The fire settled in the grate with a soft whisper of shifting coals, sending new patterns of light and shadow dancing across the familiar furnishings of their shared sanctuary. Mrs. Hudson's china rattled gently on its shelf as another hansom passed below, the sound as much a part of the evening symphony as the ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece or the distant whistle of a river barge making its way along the Thames. Yet even as peace settled over 221B like a comfortable blanket, Holmes found himself possessed of a curious restlessness, a sense that the evening held some surprise yet to be revealed. His detective's instincts, honed by years of reading the subtle signs that preceded dramatic revelations, detected something in the air. Not quite tension, but a kind of expectant stillness, as if the very atmosphere were holding its breath in anticipation of an unexpected development. Watson, too, seemed to sense this subtle shift in the evening's mood, though he might have attributed it to nothing more mysterious than the approach of winter, or the natural melancholy that sometimes accompanied the transition from day to night. The doctor's pen moved more slowly across the paper now, as if his thoughts were being drawn away from tropical fevers and towards some indefinable sense of approaching change. The fog pressed closer against the windows, transforming Baker Street into an intimate world bounded by the reach of the gas lamps, where every shadow might conceal a story, and every footstep on the cobblestones below might herald the arrival of a new mystery. This was London at its most characteristic, not the grand imperial capital of ceremonial occasions, but the working city of ordinary people pursuing their evening routines through streets that had witnessed centuries of human drama. Holmes rose again, this time moving toward the fireplace where he stood with one elbow resting on the mantelpiece, his profile etched sharp against the dancing flames. The detective's grey eyes reflected the fire's amber glow as he gazed into its depths, seeing perhaps some pattern that existed only in his uniquely organised mind. Watson recognised this pose. It was Holmes in his most contemplative mood, when the great brain turned its attention from the specific problems of criminal behaviour to the broader puzzles of human existence. "Do you ever wonder, Watson," Holmes said quietly, his voice barely audible above the fire's gentle murmur, "whether the stories we tell ourselves about our own lives bear any resemblance to the truth? Whether the comfortable narratives we construct to explain our choices and circumstances might be nothing more than elaborate fictions designed to make sense of fundamentally inexplicable events?" Before Watson could formulate a response to this unexpectedly philosophical question, the evening's contemplative silence was broken by an unexpected sound, the measured tread of feet on the stairs below, accompanied by the distinctive rhythm of someone climbing slowly but purposefully toward their door. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from the lower landing, welcoming but surprised, followed by a deeper voice that both men recognised immediately. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances across the firelit room, their evening of quiet reflection suddenly transformed into something else entirely. The detective's eyes brightened with the kind of interest that always accompanied the unexpected, while Watson set down his pen with the automatic readiness of a man accustomed to having his peaceful evenings interrupted by the demands of their peculiar profession. The footsteps on the stairs grew closer, accompanied now by Mrs. Hudson's gentle chatter and the deeper, more measured responses of their unexpected visitor. Holmes moved away from the fireplace, his entire demeanour shifting from contemplative repose to alert attention, like a cat that has suddenly detected the presence of an interesting mouse. "Inspector Lestrade," Watson murmured, recognising the distinctive cadence of their visitor's responses to Mrs. Hudson's welcoming remarks. Holmes nodded, a smile beginning to play at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed. And unless I am very much mistaken, our good inspector carries with him not the urgency of official business, but something far more interesting. The particular weight of a man who has encountered something that has disturbed his comfortable assumptions about the predictable nature of human behaviour." The footsteps reached their landing, and Mrs. Hudson's gentle knock sounded at their door, followed by her voice announcing their visitor with the kind of maternal authority that transformed even Scotland Yard's most determined inspectors into polite young men grateful for a cup of tea and a moment's rest from London's demanding streets. "Come in, come in." Mrs. Hudson's voice carried the particular warmth reserved for visitors she genuinely welcomed, rather than the polite formality she employed for clients, whose problems might involve bloodstains on her carpets or peculiar chemical odours lingering in the sitting room for days. The door opened with its familiar creak, a sound that had welcomed everyone from foreign princes to reformed burglars, and Inspector Lestrade stepped into the amberlit sanctuary of 221B Baker Street. The inspector appeared exactly as one might expect, a Scotland Yard detective to look after a long day, navigating London's labyrinthine mysteries. His dark overcoat glistened with tiny droplets of fog that caught the gaslight like a constellation of miniature stars. His usually pristine bowler hat sat slightly askew upon his greying head, and his weathered face bore the particular expression of a man who had encountered something that defied his considerable experience with human folly. Yet beneath the fatigue, there flickered something that might have been amusement, as if whatever had brought him to Baker Street on this fog-wrapped evening contained elements of comedy as well as confusion. "Gentlemen," Lestrade said, removing his hat with the automatic courtesy that marked him as a man of the old school, despite his profession's frequent encounters with society's less refined elements. "I hope I'm not intruding upon your evening's repose. Mrs. Hudson assures me that you're not expecting clients, and I confess I find myself in need of—" He paused, searching for the proper words, his shrewd eyes taking in the comfortable scene before him. Holmes standing by the fireplace like some elegant scarecrow, Watson half risen from his writing desk, both of them radiating the particular alertness that marked their transition from domestic tranquillity to professional attention. "Company," Lestrade finished, the single word carrying more weight than might be expected from such a simple declaration. "I find myself in need of civilised company, and perhaps a moment's respite from the peculiar madness that seems to have infected London's criminal classes today." Mrs. Hudson bustled past the inspector with the efficient grace of a woman who had long ago mastered the art of managing the domestic requirements of Baker Street's most famous residents. Her grey hair was perfectly arranged beneath a cap that suggested both authority and approachability, and her apron bore the telltale signs of an evening spent in culinary preparation, a light dusting of flour here, a small stain there that spoke of serious attention to the proper preparation of sustenance for her charges. "Inspector Lestrade," she announced, though the formality was softened by genuine fondness. "Looking like he's been wrestling with all of London's troubles at once. I'll have the kettle on directly, and perhaps a plate of those seed cakes that Dr. Watson is so partial to." The evening's grown cold enough to freeze a constable's whistle, and that's saying something in November. Holmes moved forward with that peculiar combination of languid grace and sharp attention that marked all his interactions with Scotland Yard's representatives. The detective's grey eyes swept over Lestrade's appearance with the automatic thoroughness of a man accustomed to reading entire stories in the arrangement of a visitor's clothing, the angle of their hat, the particular way they held their shoulders after a long day's work. What Holmes saw seemed to satisfy some internal calculation, for his expression shifted from mere curiosity to something approaching genuine interest. "Inspector," Holmes said, extending his hand in greeting, "you arrive like a character from one of Watson's more colourful stories trailing mysteries, and bearing the unmistakable aura of a man who has witnessed something that has challenged his fundamental assumptions about the predictable nature of human behaviour. Please, take the chair by the fire." The evening is too cold, and the fog too thick for standing on ceremony. Watson closed his medical journal with the careful precision of a man who had learned never to leave his work scattered when Inspector Lestrade came calling. For experience had taught him that Scotland Yard's visits often led to impromptu departures into London's darker corners. The doctor rose from his desk, his movements carrying the measured confidence of a man equally comfortable treating patients and pursuing criminals through fog-wrapped streets. "Lestrade," Watson said warmly, "you look as though you've been chasing shadows through half of London. Come, sit by the fire and tell us what's brought you to Baker Street on such a night. Unless I'm very much mistaken, this isn't an official visit. You lack that particular tension that accompanies requests for Holmes's professional assistance." Lestrade moved toward the offered chair with the grateful acceptance of a man who had been on his feet for far too many hours, navigating the treacherous combination of London's cobblestones and its even more treacherous criminal population. As he settled into the leather armchair, Watson's usual spot, though the doctor yielded it without question, the inspector seemed to deflate slightly, as if the warmth of the fire and the comfort of friendly company were drawing out tensions he hadn't realised he was carrying. The fog outside pressed closer against the windows, transforming the familiar geometry of Baker Street into something from a Gothic romance, where every shadow might conceal a mystery, and every footstep on the cobblestones below might herald some new adventure. Yet within the sitting room, the amber glow of the gas lamps and the steady warmth of the coal fire created an atmosphere of perfect sanctuary, a place where even Scotland Yard's most dedicated inspectors could set aside their professional vigilance and simply exist as men seeking the comfort of friendship. "You're quite right, Dr. Watson," Lestrade said, accepting a cup of tea from Mrs. Hudson with the particular gratitude of a man who'd been sustained throughout the day by nothing more substantial than police station coffee and his own stubborn determination. "This isn't an official visit, though I confess the day's events have left me questioning whether I truly understand the criminal mind or whether I've been deluding myself for the past 20 years. Mrs. Hudson, having delivered tea with the efficiency of long practice, paused in her preparations to regard the inspector with the maternal concern she reserved for anyone who appeared in her sitting room looking as though they needed both nourishment and sympathy. "Inspector," she said, her voice carrying the authority of a woman who had managed the domestic requirements of 221B through countless crises, "you have the look of a man who's forgotten to eat proper meals again. I'll bring up some of that beef stew I've been keeping warm, along with fresh bread and butter. A person can't think clearly on an empty stomach, no matter how many criminals they've been chasing." The offer was delivered with a kind of maternal firmness that brooked no argument, and Lestrade found himself nodding acceptance before he'd fully processed the words. There was something about Mrs. Hudson's presence that transformed even the most hardened representatives of law enforcement into grateful recipients of her domestic wisdom, as if her very existence proved that civilization would endure despite the chaos that seemed to perpetually threaten London streets. Holmes resumed his position by the fireplace, though he remained standing, his tall frame creating interesting shadows on the wall behind him as the flames danced in the grate. The detective's pipe had gone out during the inspector's arrival, but he made no move to relight it, instead focusing his complete attention on their unexpected guest with the kind of concentrated interest that had made him famous throughout London's criminal underworld. "Inspector," Holmes said, his voice carrying the gentle encouragement of a confessor rather than the sharp interrogation of a detective, "you mentioned that today's events have challenged your understanding of criminal behaviour. I find myself curious about what species of folly has managed to perplex a man of your considerable experience with London's more colourful residents." Lestrade took a sip of his tea, savouring both its warmth and the moment of reflection it provided. His weathered face, illuminated by the firelight, showed the accumulated wisdom of 2 decades spent navigating the complex relationship between law and disorder that defined London streets. Yet tonight, beneath the professional composure, there flickered something that might have been amusement, as if the day's frustrations had been transformed by time and distance into something approaching entertainment. Mr. Holmes Lestrade began, settling back into his chair with the air of a man preparing to unburden himself of a story that had been growing heavier with each telling. I've dealt with murderers who plan their crimes with the precision of military campaigns, thieves who could crack safes that defeated the best locksmiths in Europe, and confidence men who could convince a bishop to invest his congregation's funds in bridges that existed only in their imaginations. I thought I had seen every variety of criminal enterprise that London's fertile imagination could produce. The inspector paused, taking another sip of tea while his audience waited with the patient attention that marked true friends. Watson had abandoned all pretense of returning to his writing, instead settling into his alternate chair with the comfortable anticipation of a man about to hear a story worth remembering. Holmes remained by the fireplace, but his posture had subtly shifted from casual interest to focused attention. However, Lestrade continued, his voice beginning to carry hints of the amusement that would eventually transform his day's frustration into evening's entertainment. Today, I encountered something that has forced me to reconsider my understanding of both criminal intelligence and human nature itself. I present to you, gentlemen, the case of the thief who defeated himself more thoroughly than any police constable could have managed. Mrs. Hudson reappeared at that moment, bearing a tray laden with the promised stew, fresh bread, and butter, along with additional tea, and what appeared to be a small selection of her finest biscuits. The domestic ritual of arranging the meal provided a natural pause in the conversation, allowing anticipation to build while the inspector accepted nourishment with obvious gratitude. "Now then," Mrs. Hudson said, surveying the scene with satisfaction, "you gentlemen have everything you need for a proper evening's conversation. Inspector, you make sure to eat every bit of that stew. You look as though you've been living on police station coffee and good intentions. Mr. Holmes, try not to let your pipe smoke overwhelm the poor man's appetite. Dr. Watson, there's more bread in the kitchen if needed, having delivered these domestic commandments with the authority of a long practice." Mrs. Hudson withdrew, leaving the three men arranged around the fire like characters in some particularly comfortable painting of masculine friendship. The fog continued to press against the windows, transforming Baker Street into an intimate world bounded by gaslight and imagination, while within the sitting room, the stage was perfectly set for the evening's entertainment. Lestrade addressed his meal with the methodical appreciation of a man who had indeed been surviving on little more than determination and institutional coffee, while Holmes and Watson waited with the patient courtesy that marked their friendship with Scotland Yard's most reliable representative. The fire crackled its approval of the scene, sending shadows dancing across the familiar furnishings that had witnessed countless similar evenings of story and companionship. The case began ordinarily enough, Lestrade said, between spoonfuls of Mrs. Hudson's excellent stew, with a report of theft from Harrington and Sons, the jewellers on Bond Street. A simple matter, or so it appeared. Someone had made off with a rather valuable collection of pocket watches during the afternoon's busiest shopping period, the sort of crime that usually resolves itself within hours, involving either a professional thief who's already fenced the goods in Whitechapel, or an amateur who's left enough evidence to convict a dozen men. The inspector paused, savouring both his meal and the attention of his audience. There was something particularly satisfying about having the undivided interest of London's most famous consulting detective and his loyal chronicler, especially when the day's events had left him feeling as though he'd been trying to solve puzzles designed by a particularly whimsical madman. However, Lestrade continued, his voice beginning to carry the first hints of the amusement that would transform his professional frustration into evening's entertainment. This particular theft proved to be neither professional nor amateur, but something else entirely, a category of crime for which Scotland Yard's extensive training had left me entirely unprepared. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes bright with the kind of interest that always accompanied the promise of human folly, presented in an original and entertaining fashion. Watson reached for his notebook, then thought better of it, deciding instead to simply listen and trust his memory to preserve whatever story was about to unfold in the warmth of their fog-wrapped sanctuary. Outside, London settled deeper into its evening rhythms, the city's daytime energy transforming into something more mysterious and intimate. Yet within 221B Baker Street, illuminated by gaslight and warmed by coal fire, the stage was perfectly set for an evening's entertainment that would transform a day's professional frustration into the kind of story that friends would remember long after the fog had lifted and the ordinary world had reasserted its claims upon their attention. The fire settled lower in the grate, casting longer shadows that seemed to lean forward in anticipation, as if even the familiar furnishings of 221B had developed an interest in Inspector Lestrade's promised tale of criminal incompetence. The inspector savoured another spoonful of Mrs. Hudson's stew, his weathered features relaxing into the kind of expression that marked a man preparing to transform his day's professional frustrations into evening's entertainment for appreciative friends. The theft, Lestrade began, setting down his spoon with the deliberate care of a storyteller who understood the value of proper pacing, occurred at precisely 23 minutes past 2 in the afternoon, according to Mr. Harrington's extremely precise pocket watch, one of the few timepieces that our enterprising criminal failed to liberate from the premises. The shop was experiencing its usual afternoon bustle, filled with the kind of well-dressed customers who regard the acquisition of expensive jewellery as both a social necessity and a patriotic duty to support British craftsmanship. Holmes shifted slightly in his position by the fireplace, his grey eyes reflecting the dancing flames as he processed this opening information with the automatic precision of a mind trained to detect significance in the smallest details. The detective's long fingers drummed silently against the mantelpiece, a gesture Watson recognised as indicating Holmes's complete attention to the unfolding narrative. Mr. Harrington himself, Lestrade continued, warming to his tale as the combination of a good food, comfortable surroundings and attentive audience worked their magic on his natural storytelling abilities, is a gentleman of the old school, one of those shopkeepers who treats his establishment like a gentleman's club where the primary business happens to involve the exchange of precious metals and stones for currency. His customers appreciate this approach, viewing their visits to Harrington and Sons as social occasions that happen to result in the acquisition of beautiful objects. Watson leaned back in his chair, allowing himself to be drawn into the comfortable rhythm of Lestrade's narrative. The doctor's medical training had taught him to appreciate the precise observation of human behaviour, and he found himself curious about what variety of criminal mind had chosen to target such a clearly well-established and respectable business during its busiest period. The shop's layout, Lestrade explained, pausing to accept a fresh cup of tea from Mrs. Hudson, who had returned with the silent efficiency that marked her management of 221B's domestic requirements, follows the traditional pattern of London's finest retail establishments. The main showroom occupies the ground floor, with glass cases arranged to display the merchandise to best advantage, while allowing Mr. Harrington and his assistant to maintain visual supervision over both customers and inventory. A small office behind the main counter handles the more delicate negotiations involving special orders and family heirlooms. Mrs. Hudson settled herself in the small chair she kept near the window for those evenings when the conversation proved too interesting to miss, her knitting appearing in her hands with the automatic efficiency of long practice. The gentle clicking of her needles provided a domestic counterpoint to Lestrade's narrative, while outside the fog continued its patient transformation of familiar Baker Street into something from a more mysterious century. The criminal in question, Lestrade said, his voice beginning to carry the first hints of the amusement that would transform his professional frustration into entertainment, entered the shop at approximately 2:15 during the afternoon's peak business period. According to both Mr. Harrington and his assistant, the fellow appeared entirely unremarkable, middle-aged, respectably dressed, carrying himself with the air of a man accustomed to shopping in establishments of quality. Holmes made a soft sound that might have been interest or scepticism, his detective's instincts automatically cataloguing the details of Lestrade's description, while simultaneously beginning to construct preliminary theories about the case's unusual aspects. The consulting detective's experience with London's criminal population had taught him to be wary of criminals who appeared too normal, as such individuals often proved to be either exceptionally clever or exceptionally dangerous. The fellow browsed the displays with apparent genuine interest, Lestrade continued, settling deeper into his chair as the warmth of the fire and the comfort of friendly company encouraged him to elaborate on the details that had seemed mundane during the afternoon's investigation, but had since acquired the patina of entertainment. He examined several pocket watches, discussing their mechanisms with Mr. Harrington, in the knowledgeable manner of a genuine collector. He inquired about the provenance of a particularly fine example, asked intelligent questions about the differences between various manufacturers, and generally conducted himself like any other customer, with both money and discernment. Watson found himself drawn into the scene Lestrade was painting, his imagination supplying the details of gaslit shop windows, gleaming display cases, and the particular atmosphere of commercial gentility that characterised London's better retail establishments. The doctor's experience with Holmes's cases had given him an appreciation for the way ordinary situations could suddenly transform into extraordinary ones, often through the introduction of human folly in its more creative manifestations. Mr. Harrington, Lestrade said, accepting one of Mrs. Hudson's biscuits with obvious appreciation, later told me that he had formed quite a favourable impression of the gentleman. The fellow's questions demonstrated genuine knowledge of horological craftsmanship. His manner was both courteous and refined, and his dress suggested the kind of financial resources that made shopkeepers regard potential customers with particular attention. In short, he appeared to be exactly the sort of patron that Harrington and Sons had been cultivating for 3 generations. The fire crackled its approval of the story's development, sending up a small shower of sparks that danced briefly in the chimney, before vanishing into the fog-wrapped London night. Mrs. Hudson's needles continued their gentle clicking, creating a rhythm that seemed to encourage the narrative's flow, while Holmes remained motionless by the fireplace, his attention focused entirely on the inspector's tale. The transformation from respectable customer to criminal mastermind, Lestrade continued, his voice now carrying unmistakable traces of the amusement that had been building throughout his recitation, occurred with such stunning rapidity that neither Mr. Harrington nor his assistant initially comprehended what was happening. One moment the gentleman was examining a particularly fine example of Swiss craftsmanship, asking about the complications involved in its manufacture, and the next moment he had somehow managed to sweep an entire tray of pocket watches into what appeared to be a specially prepared bag concealed within his overcoat. Holmes straightened slightly, his grey eyes sharpening with interest at this development. The detective's experience with London's criminal classes had taught him to recognise the signs of both professional competence and amateur enthusiasm, and he found himself curious about which category would ultimately claim this particular malefactor. The speed of the operation, Lestrade said, clearly enjoying the way his audience had leaned forward in anticipation of the story's climax, was genuinely impressive. Mr. Harrington estimated that the entire theft occupied no more than 15 seconds, during which time the criminal managed to liberate approximately 24 pocket watches of various descriptions, ranging from serviceable everyday timepieces to several items that represented significant investments in both craftsmanship and precious metals. Watson made a soft sound of appreciation for the thief's apparent efficiency, his military background giving him a professional admiration for any operation executed with such precision and speed. The doctor found himself constructing mental images of the scene, the gaslit shop interior, the glittering display cases, the moment of transformation when respectability suddenly revealed itself as elaborate camouflage for criminal intent. However, Lestrade said, his voice now rich with the satisfaction of a storyteller approaching his tale's most entertaining revelation, this is where our criminal's carefully planned operation began to encounter the sort of obstacles that no amount of preparation can anticipate. For you see, gentlemen, our enterprising thief had failed to account for one crucial element in his scheme, the peculiar geography of London's retail districts, and his own apparently imperfect familiarity with the local street layout. Mrs. Hudson looked up from her knitting with the expression of a woman who had heard enough stories from Scotland Yard's representatives to recognise the approach of a particularly amusing revelation. Her eyes twinkled with anticipation as she waited for Lestrade to reveal whatever folly had transformed a perfectly executed theft into an afternoon's entertainment for the Metropolitan Police. The gentleman's escape plan, Lestrade continued, clearly savouring this portion of his narrative, appeared to involve a swift departure through Harrington and Sons' rear entrance, followed by what I can only assume was intended to be a rapid journey through London's back streets to whatever sanctuary he had prepared for himself and his ill-gotten gains. A perfectly reasonable strategy, employed successfully by countless criminals throughout the city's long and colourful history of commercial malfeasance. Holmes made another of his soft sounds, this one carrying a note that suggested the consulting detective had begun to anticipate the direction of Lestrade's tale. The great brain that had unravelled countless mysteries was already processing the implications of the inspector's careful setup, constructing preliminary theories about what variety of mishap had transformed criminal success into police entertainment. Unfortunately for our thief, Lestrade said, his voice now bright with barely contained amusement, his reconnaissance of the premises had apparently failed to account for certain recent modifications to the neighbourhood's architectural arrangements. Bond Street, as you gentlemen well know, has been subject to considerable development in recent months, with several buildings undergoing renovation and others being demolished to make way for more modern commercial establishments. The inspector paused to sip his tea, clearly enjoying the way his audience had begun to lean forward in anticipation of the revelation that would explain how a perfectly executed theft had somehow resulted in the thief's capture. The fire settled lower in the grate, creating an atmosphere of intimate expectation that transformed the familiar sitting room into a stage perfectly suited for the evening's entertainment. Mr. Harrington's building, Lestrade continued, shares a common wall with the premises next door, which until recently housed Morrison's Fine Fabrics, another establishment catering to London's more discriminating customers. However, Morrison's had closed 3 weeks prior to our story's events, and the building was in the process of being converted into additional retail space for a firm of import specialists dealing in oriental carpets and furnishings. Watson found himself beginning to smile as he anticipated the nature of the thief's miscalculation, his medical training having given him considerable experience with the ways in which careful plans could be derailed by overlooked details. The doctor's imagination was already constructing scenarios involving construction work, blocked passages, and the sort of architectural confusion that seemed to plague London's rapidly evolving commercial districts. The rear entrance that our criminal had undoubtedly scouted during his preparation, Lestrade said, his voice now rich with the satisfaction of a man about to deliver his story's most amusing revelation, had indeed provided access to a network of back alleys and service passages that would have facilitated a swift and undetected departure from the scene of his crime. However, what our enterprising thief had failed to discover was that the construction work next door had resulted in the temporary blocking of several key passages, creating what can only be described as a maze designed by someone with a particularly cruel sense of humour. The inspector set down his teacup and leaned forward slightly, his weathered features animated by the memory of the afternoon's events and the anticipation of sharing their most entertaining aspects with an audience capable of appreciating both the criminal's ingenuity and his spectacular failure to account for London's ever-changing urban landscape. Picture, if you will, Lestrade continued, his voice now carrying the warm cadence of a man who had found the perfect audience for his tale of criminal misadventure, our enterprising thief bursting through Harrington and Sons' rear door with the confident stride of a man whose careful planning was about to be rewarded with a clean escape and a substantial profit. The bag of purloined timepieces clutched firmly in his grasp, his heart no doubt racing with the particular exhilaration that accompanies the successful execution of a daring crime. The inspector paused to warm his hands around his teacup, the gesture both practical and theatrical, allowing his audience a moment to visualise the scene he was constructing in the amber-lit comfort of their fog-wrapped sanctuary. Outside, London's November evening had settled into that peculiar stillness that transforms familiar streets into stages for stories both real and imagined. However, Lestrade said, his weathered features creased by the kind of smile that comes from having witnessed human folly in one of its more spectacular manifestations, what our criminal encountered upon bursting through that door was not the familiar network of service alleys that would have carried him swiftly away from the scene of his crime. but rather a sight calculated to strike terror into the heart of any gentleman who had just committed a felony and was hoping to avoid the immediate attention of the Metropolitan Police. Holmes shifted slightly in his position by the fireplace, his grey eyes bright with the anticipation of a man who had begun to construct his own theories about the nature of the thief's predicament. The detective's long experience with London's criminal classes had taught him that the most entertaining cases often involved the intersection of criminal ambition with architectural confusion, a combination that rarely failed to produce results worthy of Watson's journal. Instead of the expected alley, Lestrade continued, clearly savouring this portion of his narrative, our thief found himself standing in what can only be described as a construction site, designed by someone with a particularly sadistic sense of humour. The building work had transformed the familiar geography of the area into a labyrinth of scaffolding, building materials, and partially demolished walls that would have challenged even a sober man in broad daylight, let alone a gentleman whose nerves had just been subjected to the strain of committing his first major theft. Mrs. Hudson looked up from her knitting with the expression of a woman who had lived in London long enough to appreciate the city's talent for rearranging itself in ways calculated to confuse even its most devoted residents. Her needles paused in their rhythmic clicking as she anticipated the revelation of whatever mishap had transformed the thief's confident escape into what was clearly becoming an afternoon's entertainment for Scotland Yard. The construction work, Lestrade explained, accepting another of Mrs. Hudson's excellent biscuits with obvious gratitude, had created what might charitably be called a three-dimensional puzzle, with passages that appeared to lead in one direction, but actually terminated in brick walls, staircases that began promisingly but ended abruptly in mid-air, and what seemed to be an entire network of temporary walkways that connected nothing to nowhere in the most confusing manner possible. Watson found himself beginning to chuckle as he imagined the scene Lestrade was painting. The thief's confident stride faltering as he encountered obstacle after architectural obstacle, his carefully planned escape route dissolving into a maze that seemed designed specifically to trap anyone foolish enough to attempt navigation without proper surveying equipment and perhaps a reliable guide. Our criminal Lestrade continued, his voice now rich with the satisfaction of a storyteller who had found his rhythm, being a gentleman of some determination, apparently decided that what the situation required was not retreat and reconsideration, but rather a more vigorous application of forward momentum. According to the various witnesses who observed his subsequent adventures, he plunged into this construction maze with the kind of desperate energy that marks a man who has committed himself to a course of action and refuses to acknowledge the possibility that it might have been ill-conceived. The fire crackled its approval of the story's development, sending shadows dancing across the familiar furnishings of 221B as if the very room were responding to the entertainment value of the inspector's tale. Holmes remained motionless by the fireplace, but Watson could detect the subtle signs that indicated the consulting detective was storing away every detail for future reference, perhaps already beginning to compose the kind of analysis that would transform Lestrade's humorous anecdote into a case study in criminal psychology. The first obstacle our thief encountered, Lestrade said, clearly enjoying the way his audience had settled into the comfortable anticipation that marks the best kind of storytelling, was a pile of building timber that had been arranged across what had once been the main passage to the street. A reasonable person might have interpreted this as a sign that the route was temporarily impassable, but our criminal appeared to regard it as merely the first challenge in what he no doubt hoped would prove to be a surmountable series of difficulties. Mrs. Hudson's knitting needles resumed their gentle clicking, creating a domestic rhythm that seemed to encourage the narrative's flow, while outside the fog pressed closer against the windows, transforming Baker Street into an intimate world where stories could unfold without interference from London's more mundane realities. Rather than seeking an alternative route, Lestrade continued, his voice beginning to carry the barely contained amusement that marked a man approaching his tale's most entertaining revelations. Our enterprising criminal apparently decided to create his own passage through the timber pile. According to Mr. Jameson, the construction foreman who had the misfortune to witness this performance, The gentleman attacked the obstacle with the kind of determined energy usually reserved for military assaults on enemy fortifications. Holmes made a soft sound that might have been appreciation for the thief's persistence, or perhaps recognition of a pattern that was beginning to emerge from the inspector's narrative. The detective's experience with London's criminal population had taught him that the line between determination and obstinacy was often thinner than most people supposed, particularly when the individual in question was operating under the influence of both adrenaline and desperation. The timber pile, Lestrade said, his weathered features now bright with remembered amusement, proved to be both more substantial and less stable than our criminal had anticipated. His vigorous assault on the obstacle succeeded in creating a passage, but unfortunately also succeeded in bringing down a considerable portion of the construction materials in a cascade that could be heard 3 streets away, and attracted the immediate attention of every police constable, construction worker, and curious passer-by within a quarter-mile radius. Watson leaned forward in his chair, his medical instincts automatically engaging, as he considered the potential consequences of a man being caught in an avalanche of construction timber. The doctor's experience with London's various hazards had taught him that the city's ongoing development projects posed almost as many dangers to its residents as its criminal population, though rarely in combination. Fortunately for our thief, Lestrade continued, clearly anticipating his audience's concern. The collapse occurred in such a manner that he found himself buried not beneath the heavy timbers, but rather in a protective pocket surrounded by building materials that had formed a kind of accidental shelter. He emerged from this experience somewhat dusty and considerably more dishevelled than when he had entered Harrington and Sons, but otherwise unharmed and still in possession of his bag of stolen timepieces. The inspector paused to sip his tea, allowing his audience a moment to process this latest development in what was clearly becoming a tale of criminal incompetence, elevated to the level of high comedy. The fire settled lower in the grate, creating longer shadows that seemed to lean forward in anticipation of whatever folly was yet to be revealed. However, Lestrade said, his voice now carrying the particular satisfaction that comes from having saved the best portions of a story for last, our criminal's escape from the timber avalanche had attracted a degree of attention that no amount of subsequent stealth could hope to overcome. Mr. Jameson and his work crew had emerged from their temporary shelter to investigate the commotion, while Constable Morrison, who had been patrolling the area as part of his regular beat, came running to investigate what he initially assumed was some sort of industrial accident. Mrs. Hudson looked up from her knitting with the expression of a woman who had heard enough of Scotland Yard stories to recognise the approach of a particularly amusing climax. Her eyes twinkled with anticipation as she waited for Lestrade to reveal whatever final mishap had completed the thief's transformation from confident criminal to afternoon's entertainment. At this point Lestrade continued, clearly savouring the memory of the afternoon's events. A reasonable person might have concluded that the time had come to abandon the original escape plan in favour of something involving surrender, confession, and perhaps an appeal to the mercy of the magistrates. Our thief, however, appeared to interpret the gathering crowd not as evidence that his situation had become untenable, but rather as a challenge that required an even more dramatic demonstration of his determination to avoid capture. Holmes straightened slightly, his grey eyes sharpening with interest as he recognised the approach of what promised to be the story's most entertaining revelation. The detective's experience with criminal psychology had taught him that the most spectacular failures often occurred when individuals refused to acknowledge that their original plans had become impossible to execute, instead doubling down on strategies that had already proven inadequate to the circumstances. What our enterprising criminal did next, Lestrade said, his voice now rich with barely contained laughter, demonstrated either the most remarkable optimism or the most spectacular failure of judgment that I have encountered in 20 years of police work. Apparently deciding that what the situation required was not stealth but speed, he began to run. Watson found himself smiling in anticipation of whatever was coming next, his imagination already constructing images of a dust-covered thief attempting to navigate a construction maze, while carrying a bag of stolen watches and pursued by an increasingly large crowd of curious onlookers. The doctor's experience with Holmes's cases had given him an appreciation for the ways in which human folly could transform even the most straightforward criminal enterprises into elaborate comedies of errors. Unfortunately for our thief, Lestrade continued, his weathered features now bright with remembered amusement, his intimate familiarity with the area's geography proved to extend only to its pre-construction configuration. The maze of building materials, scaffolding, and partially completed structures that now occupied the space bore no resemblance to the familiar network of alleys and passages that had formed the basis of his original escape plan. The inspector paused to accept a fresh cup of tea from Mrs. Hudson, who had been following the story with the kind of attention usually reserved for particularly engaging theatrical performances. The domestic ritual provided a moment for anticipation to build, while Lestrade prepared to deliver what was clearly the most entertaining portion of his tale. What followed, Lestrade said, his voice now carrying the full satisfaction of a storyteller approaching his narrative's climax, was a performance that began as a desperate escape attempt and gradually transformed into what can only be described as an impromptu demonstration of the principle that determination, when combined with poor planning and inadequate reconnaissance, can produce results that no reasonable person would attempt to predict. The fire crackled its approval of this observation, while outside the fog continued its patient transformation of familiar Baker Street into something from a more mysterious century, creating the perfect atmosphere for a tale that celebrated the endless capacity of human nature to surprise even its most experienced observers. The chase that ensued, Lestrade continued, his voice now warm with the particular satisfaction that comes from recounting a story that had transformed professional frustration into genuine entertainment, can only be described as a masterpiece of unintended comedy, performed by a cast that included one increasingly desperate criminal, 3 bemused construction workers, 2 police constables, and approximately 15 curious passers-by who had been drawn to the scene by the spectacular crash of falling timber. Holmes moved away from the fireplace with that fluid grace that marked all his transitions from contemplative stillness to active interest, settling into the chair opposite Lestrade with the air of a man preparing to hear something that would challenge his understanding of human nature's capacity for creative self-defeat. The detective's grey eyes reflected the dancing flames as he regarded the inspector with the kind of attention usually reserved for particularly complex puzzles. "Inspector," Holmes said, his voice carrying both amusement and genuine curiosity, "you paint a picture of criminal enterprise that appears to have transcended mere incompetence to achieve something approaching artistic failure. I find myself curious about the specific nature of our thief's performance during this impromptu entertainment." Lestrade chuckled, a sound that seemed to bubble up from some deep well of professional satisfaction, as if the memory of the afternoon's events had fermented into something particularly enjoyable during the hours since their occurrence. The inspector's weathered features relaxed into the expression of a man who had found the perfect audience for a tale that deserved proper appreciation. "Mr. Holmes," Lestrade said, setting down his teacup with the careful precision of a man who understood the importance of proper staging when delivering a story's most entertaining moments. "Imagine, if you will, a gentleman of middle years and respectable appearance attempting to navigate a 3-dimensional maze while carrying a bag of stolen goods, pursued by an increasingly large and vocal crowd, and operating under the apparent delusion that speed could compensate for his complete lack of familiarity with the terrain." Watson leaned back in his chair, his medical training providing him with vivid mental images of the physical challenges involved in such an enterprise. The doctor's experience with London's various hazards had taught him to appreciate the city's remarkable capacity for creating obstacles that would challenge even the most athletic individuals, let alone middle-aged gentlemen whose primary exercise consisted of walking to and from respectable establishments. The construction maze, Lestrade continued, clearly savouring this portion of his narrative, proved to be even more challenging to navigate at speed than it had appeared during our thief's initial encounter with the timber pile. What had seemed like passages when viewed from a stationary position revealed themselves to be dead ends when approached with the desperate energy of a man hoping to outrun both the law and the consequences of his own poor planning. Mrs. Hudson's needles paused in their gentle clicking as she looked up from her knitting with the expression of a woman who had lived in London long enough to appreciate the city's talent for transforming even the most straightforward activities into elaborate comedies of confusion. Her eyes twinkled with anticipation as she waited for Lestrade to reveal the specific nature of the thief's navigational difficulties. "Our criminal's first attempt at rapid passage through the maze," Lestrade said, his voice beginning to carry the barely contained laughter that marked a storyteller approaching his tale's most amusing revelations, involved what can only be described as a frontal assault on a section of scaffolding that appeared to offer a direct route to the street. Unfortunately for our enterprising thief, scaffolding, while admirable for supporting construction workers and building materials, proves somewhat less reliable when subjected to the desperate energy of a fleeing criminal carrying a bag of stolen timepieces. Holmes made a soft sound that indicated both amusement and professional interest in the mechanics of the thief's continuing misadventures. The detective's experience with London's criminal population had given him considerable insight into the ways in which adrenaline and desperation could impair even the most basic judgment, often leading to spectacular demonstrations of the principle that panic rarely improves upon careful planning. "The scaffolding," Lestrade continued, clearly enjoying the memory of what had apparently been a particularly impressive display of architectural instability, responded to this assault with a kind of creaking, swaying motion usually associated with ships in heavy seas. Our thief found himself clinging to a structure that seemed determined to deposit him back where he had started, only considerably higher above the ground and with an even larger audience for his performance. Watson found himself chuckling as he imagined the scene, the thief swaying precariously above the construction site, while his audience of workers, constables and curious onlookers gathered below to witness what was clearly becoming one of London's more memorable criminal enterprises. The doctor's military experience had given him an appreciation for the ways in which battlefield confusion could transform even simple manoeuvres into elaborate displays of unintended comedy. At this point, Lestrade said, his weathered features now bright with remembered amusement, Constable Morrison began to suspect that what he was witnessing was not merely an industrial accident, but rather something that fell more properly within the purview of criminal investigation. The sight of a gentleman in respectable clothing clinging to unstable scaffolding, while clutching what appeared to be a bag of valuable objects, was sufficiently unusual to warrant closer examination. The inspector paused to warm his hands around his teacup, the gesture both practical and theatrical, allowing his audience a moment to appreciate the image he had created of official suspicion, beginning to focus on what had initially appeared to be merely an unfortunate victim of construction site hazards. However, Lestrade continued, his voice now carrying the particular satisfaction that comes from having witnessed human folly in one of its more spectacular manifestations. Our thief's troubles were far from over. The swaying scaffolding, while providing an elevated view of his predicament, offered no obvious solution to the problem of how to reach street level without attracting even more attention than his performance had already generated. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes bright with the kind of interest that always accompanied tales of criminal enterprise that had transcended mere failure to achieve something approaching surreal theatre. The detective's long experience with London's more colourful malefactors had taught him that the most memorable cases often involved individuals whose ambitions exceeded their capabilities by margins that defied rational calculation. "The solution our enterprising criminal devised," Lestrade said, clearly savouring this moment in his narrative, demonstrated either remarkable optimism or spectacular failure of judgment. Rather than attempting to climb down from his precarious perch, he apparently decided that what the situation required was a leap of faith quite literally onto what appeared to be a pile of sand that the construction crew had thoughtfully positioned nearby. Mrs. Hudson looked up from her knitting with the expression of a woman who had heard enough of Scotland Yard stories to recognise the approach of a particularly dramatic climax. Her needles resumed their gentle clicking, creating a domestic rhythm that seemed to encourage the narrative's flow, while providing a soothing counterpoint to the increasingly chaotic events Lestrade was describing. Unfortunately for our thief, Lestrade continued, his voice now rich with barely contained laughter, the pile of sand proved to be both smaller and less accommodating than it had appeared from his elevated vantage point. What he had interpreted as a soft landing proved to be a relatively thin layer of sand covering a collection of bricks that the construction crew had been preparing to use in their renovation work. Watson made a soft sound of sympathy, his medical training automatically engaging as he considered the potential consequences of such a miscalculation. The doctor's experience with London's various hazards had taught him that the city's ongoing development projects posed considerable dangers to anyone foolish enough to navigate them without proper knowledge of their specific configurations and hidden obstacles. The landing, Lestrade said, his weathered features creased by the kind of smile that comes from having witnessed a performance that no amount of theatrical training could have produced, was both more spectacular and less successful than our criminal had undoubtedly hoped. He emerged from his encounter with the brick pile somewhat more battered than before, covered in sand and construction dust, and still clutching his bag of stolen timepieces with the determination of a man who refused to acknowledge that his escape plan had encountered certain fundamental obstacles. The fire settled lower in the grate, casting longer shadows that seemed to lean forward in anticipation of whatever revelation would complete the thief's transformation from confident criminal to afternoon's entertainment. Outside, London's fog continued to press against the windows, creating an atmosphere of intimate expectation that perfectly complemented the cosy absurdity of the tale, unfolding in the warmth of 221B's sitting room. By this time, Lestrade continued, clearly approaching the climax of his story. Our thief had attracted the attention of what can only be described as a significant portion of central London's pedestrian population. The combination of crashing timber, swaying scaffolding, and a middle-aged gentleman performing impromptu acrobatics while clutching a suspicious bag had drawn spectators from several blocks away, all eager to witness whatever entertainment value could be extracted from this unprecedented display of criminal enterprise. Holmes moved to refill his pipe, the gesture automatic and contemplative, as if the familiar ritual helped him process the increasingly surreal elements of Lestrade's narrative. The detective's experience with London's criminal population had prepared him for many varieties of human folly, but he recognised that what the inspector was describing represented something approaching a new category of criminal performance art. However, Lestrade said, his voice now carrying the full satisfaction of a storyteller who had saved the best revelation for last. Our enterprising thief's most spectacular failure was yet to come. Apparently deciding that what his situation required was not stealth or surrender, but rather an even more dramatic demonstration of his commitment to avoiding capture, he began to run again this time in what he clearly believed was the direction of Bond Street and freedom. The inspector paused, clearly savouring the memory of whatever had followed this latest display of misguided determination. Mrs. Hudson set aside her knitting entirely, recognising that the story was approaching its climax and deserved her complete attention. Watson leaned forward in his chair, his imagination already constructing scenarios involving whatever final mishap had completed the thief's spectacular journey from criminal confidence to public entertainment. What our thief had failed to realise, Lestrade continued, his voice now bright with the particular amusement that comes from having witnessed human folly elevated to the level of high comedy, was that his various encounters with the construction site had gradually turned him around, so that what he believed to be the route to freedom was actually the direction that would carry him directly toward the front entrance of Harrington & Sons, where Mr. Harrington himself stood watching the proceedings with the fascinated attention of a man observing the return of his stolen property through entirely unexpected channels. The laughter that erupted from Watson was immediate and unrestrained, the kind of genuine mirth that emerges when a perfectly constructed tale reaches its inevitable and perfectly absurd conclusion. Holmes's reaction was more controlled but no less appreciative, a slow smile that transformed his usually austere features into something approaching boyish delight, as if the detective had discovered a particularly elegant solution to a puzzle he hadn't realised needed solving. "Inspector," Holmes said, his voice carrying both admiration and disbelief, "you present us with a criminal whose genius lay not in the execution of his crime, but in the spectacular thoroughness of his self-defeat. I find myself wondering whether such complete circularity of failure represents incompetence elevated to the level of art, or merely the most perfect demonstration of poetic justice that Scotland Yard has witnessed in recent memory." Mrs. Hudson had abandoned all pretense of attention to her knitting, instead regarding Lestrade with the expression of a woman who had heard countless tales from the Metropolitan Police, but recognised that she was witnessing something genuinely special. Her needles lay forgotten in her lap as she waited for the inspector to complete his narrative, with whatever final flourishes the story's remarkable conclusion demanded. The expression on Mr. Harrington's face, Lestrade continued, his weathered features bright with the memory of that moment when criminal enterprise and cosmic irony had achieved perfect alignment, was something that I shall treasure for the remainder of my career. Here was a gentleman who had reported the theft of his property with the resigned acceptance that characterises London's more experienced shopkeepers, fully expecting that his pocket watches had vanished forever into the city's vast network of criminal redistribution. Instead, he found himself witnessing the return of his stolen goods via a route that no reasonable person could have predicted. The inspector paused to sip his tea, clearly savouring both the beverage and the memory of the afternoon's extraordinary conclusion. The fire crackled its approval of the story's development, sending up a small shower of sparks that danced briefly in the chimney before vanishing into the fog-wrapped London night, as if even the elements were participating in the evening's celebration of human folly. "Our thief," Lestrade said, his voice now carrying the full satisfaction of a storyteller who had successfully transformed professional frustration into genuine entertainment, emerged from the construction maze like some dust-covered apparition, his respectable clothing now bearing the accumulated evidence of his encounters with timber, scaffolding, sand, and bricks. The bag of stolen timepieces remained clutched in his grasp, with the desperate determination of a man who refused to acknowledge that his escape plan had encountered certain fundamental obstacles. Watson wiped tears of laughter from his eyes, his medical training providing him with vivid mental images of the physical toll that such an adventure must have exacted on a middle-aged gentleman whose primary exercise had probably consisted of walks to respectable establishments for the purpose of conducting legitimate business transactions. "I imagine," Watson said, his voice still coloured by amusement, "that our criminal's appearance at this point bore little resemblance to the respectable customer who had entered Harrington and Sons with such apparent legitimacy. One might suppose that even the most charitable observer would have difficulty reconciling his dust-covered condition with innocent explanations." Holmes leaned back in his chair, his grey eyes bright with the kind of intellectual pleasure that always accompanied tales of human nature, revealing itself in unexpected ways. The detective's pipe had gone out again during Lestrade's narrative, but he made no move to relight it, instead focusing his complete attention on the inspector's tale and the broader questions it raised about criminal psychology and the role of chance in human affairs. "What strikes me as most remarkable," Holmes observed, his voice carrying the thoughtful cadence that marked his transition from mere amusement to genuine analysis, is not merely the spectacular nature of our thief's failure, but the perfect consistency with which each of his decisions led inevitably to the next disaster. It suggests either a mind operating under some fundamental misapprehension about the nature of cause and effect, or perhaps the intervention of forces beyond the realm of criminal planning. At that moment, Mrs. Hudson rose from her chair with the decisive movement of a woman who had recognised that the evening's entertainment had reached a natural pause, and that the time had come for her to make her own contribution to the proceedings. The domestic authority that had managed 221B Baker Street through countless crises and celebrations now focused itself on the problem of how to properly honour a story that had transformed an ordinary November evening into something approaching a celebration. "Gentlemen," Mrs. Hudson announced, her voice carrying the kind of maternal authority that transformed even Scotland Yard's most determined inspectors into grateful recipients of domestic wisdom. A tale such as Inspector Lestrade has shared with us deserves proper recognition. The evening has grown cold enough to warrant something more substantial than tea, and I've been keeping a pot of mulled wine warming in the kitchen, specifically for occasions that call for something approaching ceremony. The offer was delivered with the kind of domestic authority that made refusal unthinkable, and Lestrade found himself nodding acceptance before he had fully processed the words. There was something about Mrs. Hudson's presence that transformed even the most professional gatherings into occasions for genuine human connection, as if her very existence proved that civilization would endure despite the chaos that seemed to perpetually threaten London streets. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, his voice carrying both gratitude and genuine affection, "your timing is, as always, impeccable. A story of such exceptional quality deserves to be properly celebrated, and I can think of no better way to honour Inspector Lestrade's narrative gifts than with your excellent mulled wine and the comfortable company of friends who can appreciate both criminal folly and storytelling artistry." Mrs. Hudson's departure for the kitchen provided a natural intermission in the evening's entertainment, allowing the three men to settle back into their chairs with the satisfied air of an audience that had been thoroughly entertained. The fire continued to whisper its secrets to the shadows, while outside the fog pressed closer against the windows, transforming Baker Street into an intimate world where stories could unfold without interference from London's more mundane realities. "Inspector," Watson said, his voice still warm with amusement, "you mentioned earlier that this case challenged your understanding of criminal behaviour. I find myself curious about what conclusions you've drawn from this extraordinary encounter with criminal incompetence, elevated to the level of performance art." Lestrade chuckled, settling deeper into his chair as he considered the question with the kind of philosophical attention that the evening's comfortable atmosphere seemed to encourage. The inspector's weathered features reflected the firelight as he contemplated the broader implications of the afternoon's events, transforming professional experience into the kind of wisdom that could only emerge from years of patient observation of human nature in all its bewildering variety. "Dr. Watson," Lestrade said, his voice carrying the thoughtful cadence of a man who had learned to find meaning in even the most absurd human enterprises, "I have come to the conclusion that our thief's spectacular failure teaches us something important about the nature of criminal planning and the role of overconfidence in human affairs. Here was a gentleman who had clearly invested considerable time and effort in studying his target, developing what appeared to be a sound strategy, and executing the initial phases of his plan with genuine skill." Holmes nodded thoughtfully, his detective's mind already beginning to construct theoretical frameworks that could accommodate the inspector's observations about criminal psychology and the unpredictable nature of human folly. The consulting detective's long experience with London's criminal population had taught him that the most instructive cases often involved not the most successful criminals, but those whose failures illuminated fundamental truths about human nature and the relationship between ambition and capability. Yet Lestrade continued, clearly warming to his theme, the moment his carefully constructed plan encountered unexpected obstacles. Our thief's response was not to adapt or retreat, but rather to double down on strategies that had already proven inadequate to the circumstances. Each failure led not to reconsideration, but to an even more desperate commitment to the original approach, as if he believed that determination alone could overcome the accumulated evidence that his plan had become impossible to execute. Mrs. Hudson's return with the promised mulled wine provided a perfect punctuation to Lestrade's philosophical observations. She carried a silver tray bearing a steaming pot that filled the sitting room with the warm aromas of cinnamon, cloves, and carefully aged wine, along with 4 glasses that caught the firelight and reflected it back in amber sparkles that seemed to dance in harmony with the flames in the grate. "Now then," Mrs. Hudson said, settling the tray on the small table with the satisfied efficiency of a woman who had long ago mastered the art of transforming ordinary evenings into occasions worth remembering. "Proper mulled wine for a proper story. Inspector Lestrade, you've given us an evening's entertainment that deserves to be celebrated with something more substantial than tea and biscuits." The ritual of serving the mulled wine transformed the comfortable sitting room into something approaching a gentleman's club where friends could gather to share stories, observations, and the kind of companionable silence that marked true friendship. The warm spices seemed to enhance the fire's glow, while the wine itself carried the promise of relaxation and the gentle loosening of tongues that often led to the evening's most interesting revelations, Mrs. Hudson, Lestrade said, accepting his glass with obvious gratitude. "You have a talent for recognizing exactly what an occasion requires. This wine is precisely what the evening demands, something that honours both the story's entertainment value and the companionship that has made its telling so pleasurable." Holmes raised his glass in a gesture that managed to be both casual and ceremonial, his grey eyes reflecting the wine's amber depths as he contemplated the evening's unexpected gifts. The detective's usual ascetic preferences seemed to soften in the presence of friends, and the kind of story that celebrated human nature's capacity for creative self-defeat. "To Inspector Lestrade," Holmes said, his voice carrying both warmth and genuine appreciation, who has transformed what might have been merely another routine arrest into an evening's entertainment that illuminates fundamental truths about human nature, criminal psychology, and the unpredictable role of chance in human affairs, and to Mrs. Hudson, whose wisdom extends beyond domestic management to include the recognition that exceptional stories deserve exceptional hospitality. Watson raised his own glass, his military bearing softened by the evening's comfortable atmosphere, and the particular satisfaction that comes from spending time with friends who understand both the serious and absurd aspects of life in London's more interesting circles. "And to friendship itself," Watson added, his voice carrying the warmth that marked his appreciation for evenings that transformed professional relationships into something deeper and more enduring, which allows us to transform the frustrations of daily work into the raw material for stories that remind us why human nature, despite its many follies, remains endlessly fascinating and ultimately worthy of our patience and good humour. The toast was drunk with the kind of ceremonial attention that marked special occasions, while outside the fog continued to wrap Baker Street in its protective embrace, creating an atmosphere of perfect intimacy where friends could celebrate both human folly and human connection without interference from the world's more demanding realities. "Mrs. Hudson," Lestrade said, settling back into his chair with the wine's warmth beginning to soften the day's accumulated tensions, "I confess that when I climbed these stairs tonight I was motivated less by any desire to share professional stories than by a simple need for the kind of company that reminds a person why civilization is worth preserving, despite the daily evidence of human folly that my profession provides." Mrs. Hudson smiled with the satisfaction of a woman who had recognised a deeper need beneath the inspector's official manner and had provided exactly what the situation required. Her own glass of mulled wine sat untouched in her hands, as she regarded her three companions with the maternal pride that marked her investment in their friendship and well-being. "Inspector," she said, her voice carrying both warmth and the authority of long experience with the needs of men whose work brought them into contact with London's darker realities. "The door of 221B Baker Street is always open to those who understand that the world's troubles are best faced in the company of friends who can find both meaning and amusement in human nature's infinite variety. Your story tonight has reminded us all why laughter and companionship are civilization's best defences against despair." The fire settled lower in the grate, creating longer shadows that seemed to embrace the four friends as they sat in the comfortable silence that followed Mrs. Hudson's observation. Outside, London's fog continued its patient work of transformation, while within the amber-lit sanctuary of the sitting room the evening's entertainment had evolved into something deeper, a celebration of the bonds that connected individuals who had learned to find joy in both human achievement and human folly. Holmes set down his glass and moved to relight his pipe, the familiar ritual marking his transition from active participation in the evening's festivities to the more contemplative mood that often followed particularly satisfying social occasions. The detective's movements carried the languid satisfaction of a man whose intellectual curiosity had been thoroughly engaged and whose appreciation for human nature had been refreshed by contact with both criminal folly and domestic wisdom. The mulled wine had worked its gentle magic upon the small gathering, transforming what had begun as an unexpected visit into something approaching a sacred ritual of friendship. The warm spices seemed to have softened the edges of the evening, creating an atmosphere where conversation could flow as naturally as the wine itself, moving from the specific comedy of the afternoon's events to the broader questions that occupied the minds of men who had made their careers observing the endless variety of human behaviour. "You know," Lestrade said, his voice carrying the comfortable cadence of a man whose professional tensions had been dissolved by good company and better wine, "I find myself wondering whether our unfortunate thief learned anything from his spectacular encounter with the unpredictable nature of London's geography. When I finally apprehended him standing there in front of Harrington and Sons like some dust-covered monument to criminal overconfidence, he seemed less embarrassed by his capture than genuinely puzzled by how his carefully planned escape had somehow transported him back to the scene of his original crime." Holmes drew thoughtfully on his pipe, the tobacco's familiar comfort seeming to encourage the kind of philosophical reflection that marked his transition from active investigation to contemplative analysis. The detective's grey eyes reflected the fire's dying glow as he considered the inspector's observation, finding in it echoes of larger truths about human nature and the relationship between intention and outcome. "I suspect," Holmes said, his voice carrying the gentle authority that marked his most thoughtful observations, "that our thief's greatest failure was not in his planning or even in his execution, but in his fundamental inability to adapt when reality proved different from his expectations." Criminal success, like any other form of human achievement, depends not merely upon careful preparation, but upon the capacity to respond creatively when circumstances deviate from anticipated patterns. Watson had been listening to this exchange with the comfortable attention of a man who had learned to appreciate both his friends' professional insights and their capacity for finding broader meaning in the day's specific events. The doctor's medical training had taught him that healing often depended less upon perfect diagnosis than upon the willingness to adjust treatment when patients failed to respond as expected, a principle that seemed equally applicable to criminal enterprise and detective work. "What strikes me most about Inspector Lestrade's story," Watson observed, his voice warm with the wine's influence and the evening's comfortable atmosphere, "is how perfectly it illustrates the principle that human beings are often their own worst enemies. Here was a man whose crime might well have succeeded if he had simply maintained his composure and followed his original plan, but whose determination to overcome every obstacle ultimately created the very circumstances that ensured his capture." Mrs. Hudson, who had been listening to this philosophical exchange with the patient attention of a woman accustomed to the intellectual meanderings of her tenants and their guests, looked up from her neglected knitting with the expression of someone who had recognised a fundamental truth beneath the evening's entertainment. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice carrying both warmth and the authority of long experience with human nature in all its bewildering variety, "it seems to me that your thief's real mistake was forgetting that London herself is a living thing, always changing, always ready to surprise those who think they understand her completely. The city has been rearranging herself for centuries, catching out everyone from kings to crossing sweepers who assume they knew her ways well enough to predict her behaviour." This observation seemed to resonate with the three men, each of whom had learned through professional experience that London's capacity for transformation extended far beyond simple architectural modification to encompass the endless renewal of human drama played out upon her ancient streets. The fog outside pressed closer against the windows, as if the city herself were listening to their conversation and nodding approval of Mrs. Hudson's wisdom. The fire had settled to a comfortable glow, no longer sending up the ambitious flames of earlier in the evening, but instead providing the steady warmth that marked a hearth, properly tended and allowed to find its natural rhythm. The amber light it cast seemed to encourage the kind of reflective conversation that transforms casual social gatherings into occasions that participants remember long after the specific details of time and place have faded. Mrs. Hudson, Lestrade said, raising his glass in a gesture that managed to be both grateful and ceremonial. Your observation touches upon something that 20 years of police work has taught me, but that I had never quite articulated so clearly. London does indeed seem to possess a personality of her own, and those who think they can predict her behaviour with complete confidence inevitably discover that she has reserves of surprise that no amount of experience can fully anticipate. Holmes nodded thoughtfully, his detective's mind finding in Mrs. Hudson's observation connections to broader patterns he had observed throughout his career. The consulting detective's unique position in London's criminal ecosystem had given him insights into the city's capacity for generating endless variations on familiar themes, each case presenting novel combinations of human motivation and circumstantial complexity. I have often thought Holmes said his voice carrying the contemplative cadence that marked his most philosophical moods, that London's greatest gift to those who study human nature is her infinite capacity for creating situations that reveal character in unexpected ways. Our thief today encountered not merely architectural obstacles, but a test of his fundamental approach to problem-solving, and the results illuminated aspects of his personality that no amount of conventional investigation might have uncovered. The conversation continued to flow, with the natural ease that marked gatherings of friends who had learned to appreciate both serious discussion and comfortable silence. Watson found himself observing the scene with the particular satisfaction that comes from recognising that an ordinary evening had transformed itself into something approaching perfect contentment, the kind of occasion that would provide warm memories during London's colder and more demanding moments. "Inspector," Watson said, his voice carrying both curiosity and the comfortable familiarity that had developed between them over years of shared professional encounters, "I find myself wondering what became of our enterprising thief after his capture. Did his encounter with London's architectural surprises inspire any lasting changes in his approach to life, or did he simply regard the afternoon's events as an unfortunate series of coincidences that might be avoided through more careful planning in future?" Lestrade chuckled, the sound warm with remembered amusement and the wine's gentle influence. The inspector's weathered features relaxed into the expression of a man who had found genuine pleasure in sharing the day's events with an audience capable of appreciating both their comedic and instructive value. "Dr. Watson," Lestrade said, settling deeper into his chair with the air of a man preparing to complete his tale with whatever final observations the evening demanded, "I am pleased to report that our thief's encounter with the unpredictable nature of criminal enterprise appears to have had a genuinely transformative effect upon his worldview. During his interview at Scotland Yard, he expressed what seemed to be genuine amazement at the afternoon's events, as if he were describing something that had happened to someone else entirely." The inspector paused to sip his wine, clearly savouring both the beverage and the memory of what had apparently been an unusually philosophical conversation with a captured criminal. The fire crackled its approval of the story's continuation, while outside the fog seemed to settle more deeply around Baker Street, creating an atmosphere of perfect intimacy for the evening's final revelations. "What struck me most about his attitude," Lestrade continued, his voice carrying both amusement and a note of something approaching respect, "was not embarrassment or anger at his capture, but rather genuine curiosity about how his carefully planned escape had gone so spectacularly wrong. He seemed to regard the afternoon's events as a kind of educational experience, albeit one that had concluded with consequences he hadn't anticipated." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes brightening with the kind of interest that always accompanied tales of criminal psychology that challenged conventional expectations. The detective's long experience with London's criminal population had taught him to appreciate individuals whose responses to failure revealed unexpected depth of character or philosophical insight. "Did he offer any theories about the nature of his miscalculations?" Holmes asked, his voice carrying both genuine curiosity and the professional interest of a man who had made his career studying the relationship between criminal planning and actual execution. "I find myself curious about whether his analysis of the afternoon's events revealed any genuine understanding of the factors that contributed to his spectacular failure." Lestrade smiled, clearly anticipating this question, and the opportunity it provided to share what had apparently been the most surprising aspect of his interview with the captured thief. The inspector's expression carried the particular satisfaction that comes from encountering human nature in one of its more unexpectedly dignified manifestations. "Mr. Holmes," Lestrade said, his voice warm with remembered appreciation, "our thief proved to be a gentleman in the truest sense of the word. Rather than blaming external circumstances or bad luck for his failure, he took full responsibility for what he described as his failure to account for the dynamic nature of urban development and the consequent necessity of maintaining current intelligence regarding local architectural modifications." Watson laughed aloud at this formal description of what had essentially been a failure to notice that construction work had created obstacles to escape, finding in the thief's pompous language both amusement and a curious kind of dignity. The doctor's experience with human nature had taught him to appreciate individuals who could maintain their composure and sense of personal responsibility even in the face of spectacular failure. Furthermore, Lestrade continued, clearly enjoying the memory of what had apparently been one of the more unusual interviews in his professional experience, he expressed genuine remorse not merely for the theft itself, but for what he described as his discourtesy to Mr. Harrington, who had treated him with the respect due to a legitimate customer and deserved better than to have his hospitality repaid with criminal behaviour. Mrs. Hudson looked up from her knitting with the expression of a woman who had recognised something genuinely admirable beneath the afternoon's comedy, her maternal instincts responding to evidence that even criminal folly could coexist with fundamental decency and proper social awareness. "Well," she said, her voice carrying both surprise and approval, "that speaks well of the gentleman's upbringing, whatever other failings his education might have demonstrated regarding the practical aspects of criminal enterprise. Proper manners and genuine remorse are becoming increasingly rare in London, even among those who conduct their business within the law." The fire had settled to glowing coals that cast longer shadows and seemed to encourage the kind of reflective conversation that transforms specific events into broader observations about human nature and the possibilities for redemption that exist even in the most unlikely circumstances. The amber light created an atmosphere of perfect intimacy, where friends could share both amusement and genuine admiration for unexpected demonstrations of human dignity. "Inspector," Holmes said, his voice carrying both curiosity and the particular interest he always showed in cases that challenged conventional assumptions about criminal psychology, "I find myself hoping that this gentleman's encounter with the consequences of inadequate planning might inspire him to redirect his obvious intelligence and organisational abilities toward more legitimate enterprises. London has need of individuals capable of such thorough preparation, even if their execution requires some refinement." Lestrade nodded thoughtfully, his expression suggesting that similar thoughts had occurred to him during his official duties. The inspector's long experience with London's criminal population had taught him to recognise the difference between individuals driven by desperation or malice and those whose criminal activities seem to stem from misguided applications of otherwise admirable qualities. "I am pleased to report," Lestrade said, his voice carrying both satisfaction and genuine hope, "that our gentleman's encounter with the unpredictable nature of criminal enterprise appears to have inspired exactly the kind of reflection you suggest. During our conversation, he expressed interest in pursuing what he described as legitimate applications for detailed planning and careful preparation, mentioning specifically his fascination with the complexities of urban development and architectural modification." Watson smiled at this development, his medical training having taught him to appreciate the human capacity for learning from failure and transforming negative experiences into opportunities for personal growth and social contribution. The doctor's experience with both military and civilian life had shown him that individuals often discovered their true calling only after encountering spectacular failure in pursuits for which they were fundamentally unsuited. "It seems to me," Watson observed, his voice warm with both wine and genuine satisfaction at the story's unexpectedly redemptive conclusion, that London's construction industry might benefit considerably from the services of a gentleman whose attention to architectural detail has been so dramatically demonstrated, even if his initial application of that knowledge proved somewhat misguided. The conversation began to settle into the comfortable rhythm that marked the natural conclusion of evenings that had successfully transformed specific events into broader observations about human nature and the possibilities for finding meaning and even redemption in the most unlikely circumstances. The fire continued to whisper its secrets to the shadows, while outside London's fog maintained its patient vigil over the city's endless capacity for surprise and renewal. Mrs. Hudson had returned to her knitting, but her needles moved with the slow, contemplative rhythm that suggested her attention remained focused on the conversation and the broader questions it had raised about human nature, social responsibility, and the mysterious ways in which London herself seemed to participate in the moral education of her residents. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice carrying the gentle authority that had managed 221B Baker Street through countless crises and celebrations. "It seems to me that Inspector Lestrade's story tonight has reminded us of something important about the nature of both failure and redemption. Even the most spectacular mistakes can become opportunities for learning and growth, provided we approach them with the kind of honest self-reflection that your thief demonstrated during his interview." Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, his tall figure silhouetted against the fog-diffused glow of the street lamps below. The detective's movements carried the languid satisfaction of a man whose intellectual curiosity had been thoroughly engaged and whose appreciation for human nature had been refreshed by contact with both criminal folly and unexpected dignity. "Mrs. Hudson speaks wisely," Holmes said, his voice carrying the contemplative cadence that marked his transition from active investigation to philosophical reflection. "London provides endless opportunities for both triumph and disaster, often within the span of a single afternoon, and those who learn to find instruction in failure often prove more successful in the long term than those whose early successes shield them from the necessity of developing genuine wisdom." The evening had reached that perfect moment when conversation naturally begins to wind toward its conclusion, not from any desire to end the gathering, but from the recognition that some experiences achieve their full value only when allowed to settle into memory, while their emotional resonance remains intact. The wine had created an atmosphere of perfect contentment, while the fire's gentle warmth seemed to embrace the four friends as they contemplated the day's events and their broader significance. Lestrade rose from his chair with the reluctant movement of a man who recognized that duty required his return to the world beyond Baker Street's comfortable sanctuary, but whose appreciation for the evening's gifts would provide warmth during London's colder and more demanding moments. The inspector's weathered features reflected both gratitude and the particular satisfaction that comes from having transformed professional frustration into genuine entertainment shared with appreciative friends. "My friends," Lestrade said, his voice carrying both formality and deep affection, "I came to Baker Street tonight seeking nothing more than civilized company and perhaps a moment's respite from the peculiar challenges that London's criminal classes present on a daily basis. Instead, I have been given an evening that reminds me why friendship and laughter are civilization's best defences against the absurdities and difficulties that seem to multiply with each passing day." Watson rose as well, his military bearing softened by the evening's comfortable atmosphere and the particular warmth that comes from time spent with friends who understand both the serious and absurd aspects of life in London's more interesting circles. The doctor's experience with both human folly and human dignity had been enriched by the inspector's tale and the philosophical reflections it had inspired. "Inspector," Watson said, extending his hand in farewell, "you have given us far more than entertainment tonight. Your story reminds us that even the most challenging professional encounters can become opportunities for finding both meaning and amusement in human nature's infinite variety. We are grateful for your company, and for the reminder that London's greatest gift to those who serve her is the endless opportunity to witness the human spirit revealing itself in unexpected ways." Holmes turned from the window to add his own farewell to the inspector's departure, his grey eyes warm with genuine affection for a colleague who had proven himself capable of transforming professional duty into personal growth and social contribution. Inspector Lestrade. Holmes, said his voice carrying both formality and deep respect. You have reminded us tonight that the best stories emerge not from perfect planning or flawless execution, but from the honest observation of human nature in all its bewildering complexity. Your thief's spectacular failure became, through your telling, an opportunity for reflection on the nature of planning adaptation and redemption that none of us will soon forget. Mrs. Hudson gathered the evening's glasses and prepared to escort Lestrade to the door, her movements carrying the efficient grace of a woman who had long ago mastered the art of managing both domestic requirements and the emotional needs of men whose work brought them into contact with London's more challenging realities. As the inspector made his way down the familiar stairs of 221 B. Baker Street, accompanied by Mrs. Hudson's gentle wishes for his safe journey through the fog-wrapped city, Holmes and Watson remained by the dying fire, each lost in his own contemplation of the evening's unexpected gifts and the broader truths they had illuminated about human nature, friendship, and the mysterious ways in which London herself seemed to participate in the moral education of those who called her home. The fog outside continued its patient work of transformation, while within the amber-lit sanctuary of the sitting-room, two friends sat in the comfortable silence that marked the perfect conclusion to an evening that had successfully transformed ordinary professional encounters into extraordinary celebrations of human connection, understanding, and the endless capacity for finding both meaning and joy in the most unlikely circumstances. And so, the evening settles into gentle memory. Holmes and Watson remain by the dying embers, their friendship warmed by shared laughter and the comfort of stories that remind us why human connection matters more than perfect plans. Outside, London's fog continues its ancient dance through gaslit streets, wrapping the great city in mystery and possibility. Mrs. Hudson's wisdom echoes softly in the amber-lit room that even our most spectacular failures can become doorways to unexpected grace, and that friendship transforms life's absurdities into treasures worth keeping. The thief who defeated himself found dignity in honest reflection, just as Inspector Lestrade found peace in sharing his tale with friends who understood that laughter and warmth are civilization's finest gifts. The fire whispers lower now, casting gentle shadows that seem to embrace all who seek comfort in simple human connection. In drawing rooms across Victorian London, other friends gather by other hearths, sharing other stories, weaving the endless tapestry of human experience that makes each day worth living, each evening worth savouring. Let the fog outside remind you that some mysteries are meant to be enjoyed rather than solved, that some stories are best received with a grateful heart and a peaceful mind, that some friendships need nothing more than presence and the willingness to find joy in shared experience. The embers settle into their quiet glow and London breathes softly around her sleeping children. Rest now in the knowledge that tomorrow's troubles can wait, that tonight's comfort is yours to keep, and that somewhere in the great city's gentle heart, friendship continues its ancient work of making the world a kinder, warmer place. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well.